good morning to members of our community in the gallery and those viewing on live stream. According to my clock on my computer, which is always correct, 9 o'clock, so we'll commence the meeting. This is a special meeting for the 5th of September 2023 to consider a matter carried forward from a previous meeting. As is customary, councillors, when we open our meeting, we respectfully acknowledge the Darumba people, the traditional custodians of the land on which we gather, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We have a full attendance today. There are no apologies or leaves of absences, Mr CEO. Are there any declarations of interest in matters on the agenda, councillors?
When we get into the briefing session, I think I have one there, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, we're in the council meeting proper, Councillor Mather, so.
Just a question actually, Mr Chair. Just in relation to the petition, my dear old mum signed the petition, but I don't believe it constitutes a conflict at all that I'll be able to, certainly be able to manage, so just thought I'd raise it, Mr Chair.
I wouldn't have thought so, Councillor Bello. Item 5, business arising, there is none. Item 6, presentation of petitions. 6.1 is a petition from Mrs Duggan in relation to application D 519-2022 for 40 Farnborough Road. My understanding is Mrs Duggan isn't present, Mr CEO. Oh, you are? Did you want to speak to your... You can, if you wish to.
Sorry?
Just so that light online.
Thank you very much, Council, for hearing me today. As you can see, we have a substantial petition, and that reflects the feeling of people, local people, and also visitors. Yeppoon is a great place. I think Councillor Bello said last week about, on the 15th, about the management of the development of Yeppoon. People are not against development of Yeppoon, but it has to be safe and appropriate for this wonderful place. And so you see all the names. So today I ask you, councillors, Mr Mayor, to think about that when you make your decision. This is really, really important stuff. You make this decision one way, that is going to have an effect years in the future, years when we're all gone, about what Yeppoon looks like. There was a person that said to me, you'll be Byron Bay and then you'll be the Gold Coast. And we've moved up from the Gold Coast. That was what the person said to me. So I respect your opinions and your voting today, but what you're voting on today is really big stuff. So I urge you to reject the application as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs Duggan. All right, councillors, we are just moving to receive the deputation, the petition, I beg your pardon. Can I get a mover and a second? Moved Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Friend. Did you want to speak to the matter, Councillor Mather?
Except to say, Mr. Mayor, and with respect to Mrs Duggan, I have taken petitions up myself and I understand how much is involved. It's the quality of the petition that's important, not the number of people. And there were a number of people in this signatories that were outside of the region as well. So, and I'm sure they're sympathetic, but at the same time, I think it just needs to be reminded.
All right, noted. Thank you, Councillor Mather. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Friend, did you want to speak to it?
No, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Happy to go to the vote, councillors. Just receive the petition. Yep, the petition. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, item 7, councillors. No councillor or delegate reports. Item 8, no questions or notices of motion. Item 9 is the report section proper itself, which brings us to 9.1, which is the matter for today's meeting in relation to the development application for 40 Farnborough Road, Yeppoon. Tammy, can I invite you to the table, please, just to give us a quick summary again of this matter? Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor, councillors. So just to summarise, it's an application for multiple dwellings for 23 dwellings at 40 Farnborough Road. Sorry. So just the site plans up on the screen at the moment. It's located in the medium density residential zone, approximately 2 kilometres from the Yeppoon main street. It has an irregular configuration, so it's a square meterage of 3,035 square metres with a 20 metre road frontage, and then the block widens to 40 metres at the rear. The surrounding uses are predominantly residential, so you have a bit of a mix, some 2-3-storey dwellings, 4-storey multiple dwellings to the south, and some other uses involve the caravan park across the road, food and drink outlets to the north, and also the backpackers accommodation to the north. The site is identified with various planning scheme overlays, the most relevant being the biodiversity and landslide hazards. Okay, so the development consists of 23 dwellings over 7 storeys and offers private and communal open space areas, a swimming pool and 43 on-site parking spaces in the form of basement parking. So the mix of floor plates across the floor levels does provide for a varied exterior facade and built form. Balconies, screening and various setbacks create recesses and visual breaks at different levels and provides visual interest and contributes to a high level of visual amenity. The site cover is 707 square metres, representing a site cover of 23.3% at level 1. And then level 2 to 6 are further reduced as you go up to 21.5 and then 15.8% coverage. The building is set back in excess of 50 metres from the primary road frontage. So these elevation plans demonstrate the height. So the height is 39.2 metres AHD, and the elevation plans demonstrate how the built form presents at different elevations. So the top plan uses 12 Gusmore Street to provide an example of how the development compares to existing development in the area from a height perspective. The development provides a variation in construction materials, utilising non-reflective materials such as powder coating, aluminium screens, balustrades and decorative battens, and it's proposed in subdued non-reflective colours. The proposal provides various dwelling sizes and layouts from 2, 3 and 4 bedroom units. So the visual impact assessment demonstrated how the development will present from various viewpoints. The proposed development has presented a unique development outcome respecting the site and considering the surrounding development and views. So land in this portion of Farnborough Road has been zoned for unit development since 1991. However, the intended character hasn't been realised in respect of current buildings and development, and it doesn't reflect the desired density for this area or the built form or scale of development sought for the zone. Part of the reason could be is that the sites are partially constrained, generally long thin lots, steep land and dense vegetation. While it would be difficult for the development to entirely avoid areas of natural hazard over the site, including the landslide hazard, development is designed to mitigate and be resilient to potential adverse impacts through limited site cover, vegetation retention and retention of natural features, so that includes the gully through the site. So the overall height of the building differs due to the various natural ground levels, which is why the Australian height datum has been used to convey height. There we go. So yeah, these plans here do demonstrate various heights from different elevations around the outskirts of the building. So the overall height of the building differs. Oh, sorry, I've just said that. The maximum height shown from natural ground level is 25.45 metres, which is taken at the front of the building. The development proposes a two-way 7.5 metre carriage access into Farnborough Road. There's potential for council to initiate upgrades within the road reserve to coincide with the development, which would result in a cohesive service road arrangement for the benefit of all properties in this location. However, for the purpose of this development, the current access plan does work. So we did receive 60 submissions for the application. 7 were in support of the application. The issues raised were height, environmental issues, landslide, stormwater management, amenity and privacy, traffic and noise. And the items raised in support, the development will contribute to additional housing, close to beaches and recreation areas, close to employment opportunities, or the development itself could initiate employment opportunities. Views are not significantly impeded. Any development on this site would require some level of vegetation removal, and the development will improve the visual amenity compared to the existing development. So the key assessment considerations, one is the height, being that it's 39.2 metres, and the natural ground level of this site is 27 metres. So the height of the building does exceed the nominated height in the planning scheme by approximately 12 metres. Despite this deviation, multiple dwellings are a consistent and preferred use within the medium density residential zone. The site cover is considerably less than it could be, reducing bulk, reducing impacts on adjoining properties and impacts on the environment and vegetation on site. The proposal provides more than the required amount of car parking, so 43 on-site car parking spaces, with the 29, which is what's required. So there's an additional 14 spaces. And the development can connect to the infrastructure without any upgrades. That's it. So the proposal is for a preferred use, and it has been justified against relevant codes. Officers recommend approval, and we believe that it can be supported in terms of height, built form. The application will require further development permits, access and parking, stormwater works, sewer works, earthworks and clearing works. And as part of those further development permits, we will be receiving more information around stormwater management and landslide. The development will be subject to infrastructure charges to the amount of $518,000. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Tammy. Any questions for Tammy, councillors?
Mr.
Councillor
Mayor,
Mather?
I have a few questions, and I don't know how the others feel, but is it possible that we could suspend standing orders until we have all our questions?
We can do that. Councillor Mather, you want to move that?
Yes, so moved, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Councillor Mather's moving to suspend standing orders. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Right, away you go, Councillor Mather.
Just a couple to start with, Mr. Mayor. With the carriageway, Tammy, going on to Farnborough Road, is there any discussion in relation to the need for upgrading Farnborough Road itself, given the additional vehicles coming from that site?
No. Farnborough Road is a urban.
It's
an arterial.
Farnborough Road's designed as a urban sub-arterial road, but it currently functions probably more as a collector road, given the volumes of traffic.
And I've got here page 26. The drainage works. 6.5. I just put a little gadget here. This could be explained. any application for operational works or stormwater works must include the detailed design of any stormwater structures for the access driveway with the lot boundary between the road reserve and the proposed multiple dwelling building, demonstrating that this access driveway is resilient to 1% annual exceedance. I mean, that to a common person, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but obviously it can be explained.
So,
I'm happy to explain.
I was
On
just
page
going to say,
20
so as part of the application, they provide concept stormwater plans, and then at operational works, that's where the detailed design comes in.
Okay, what's the 1%? What is that?
So the 1% AEP is a new terminology introduced in the last few years in relation to stormwater and flooding events. So the 1% AEP is equivalent to the old term of a 1 in 100 year event.
Okay. And same page, roof and allotment drainage works. Recommendations that relate to the slope stability assessment report. And it goes further on to the slope stability. There's not been, it's talking low risk when we're talking on page 41, I think it is. It's talking low risk. Obviously, we haven't seen any reports that go with this. So when they refer to low risk, I'd like to know how low and how is that acquired, how is that determined? The degree of risk I'm talking about, given all the aspects of this development.
So as part of the initial application process, a preliminary geotechnical report was provided, and that was provided really to give a degree of comfort in relation to the site and if there were any significant risks. It also ensured that the site wasn't prematurely cleared, which obviously would have led to some other issues. If an approval is granted, part of the conditions is to undertake a full geotechnical analysis of the site, and typically in those in the recommendations that provided, it will say something along the lines of all roof water and stormwater must be discharged external to the site. So in other words, so that there's not overly more water going into the ground on the site, it's actually discharged away from the site. Yeah.
Okay. I've probably got a couple more here, Mr. Mayor, if anybody else would like to slip in here.
Have you got further questions, Councillor?
I do have one or two, Mr. Mayor.
Let's get them out of the way, Councillor.
Well, I just have to find them because I'm referring to several reports here as we went along.
Any other questions, Councillor Friend?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few questions of my own, and I appreciate all the hard work that you've put into this. On page 22 of the report, number 0.6, I'll just go back to it. Sorry, I was in a different area. 0.6, the development does not comply with the acceptable outcomes of the General Development Code, given a traffic impact assessment report has not been undertaken. Why was there not a traffic assessment report undertaken?
As I just explained before, the designation of Farnborough Road is a subarterial road. It's designed to take between 6 and 10,000 vehicles a day. Currently, it's operating as a collector road.
Yes.
Given that there's 23 units on site, the traffic generation produced would be 230 vehicles per day.
Thank you.
So.
On page 35 of the report, I'm just scanning to page 35. Thank you for your patience. Almost there. Under page 35, growth management. Growth management, obviously I got my pages mixed up, I can't see it on page 35, but under, growth management, would you please explain the comment noted in relation to double the height?
Thank you for your question. I'm not sure that that's actually double the height. I think it exceeds the height by 12 metres. Is that correct, Tammy? Which we just outlined before as part of our initial presentation.
Sure, I just noted that and wondered what that was all about. On the same vein for that one, would you please explain what medium density zoning would be? Medium density zoning, because we understand that the Australian datum is 27.2 and this proposal is 39.2. So is that 12 metres over what the Australian datum is? But what is medium density in relation to height?
Number of people per hectare.
So medium, the Livingstone Shire doesn't have a high density, Livingstone Shire Council doesn't have a high density residential. So medium density is our highest form, or our highest level of density. I guess medium density is different for different areas. So it could be anywhere to around that six metres. I would expect a medium density to go up to about the 6 or 7 metres, but that's a difficult question for me to answer because it's subjective.
Okay. All right then. So the developer proposes to build over the gully with freeboard. Could you explain how strong and stable this freeboard product is?
So freeboard is the separation of distance between the top of the water level in a peak event, or that 1% AEP that we just spoke about before, and the actual floor level of a structure. So the basement floor level, I understand, is proposed to be about 2.2 metres above the bottom of the gully in terms of height, and the freeboard is the distance between the water level within that gully and the basement level, which is approximately 700 mil in accordance with the concept stormwater management report. To put that into perspective, freeboard for an urban residential development is 300 mil.
Okay, thank you. And that will segue into my next question to you in relation to the excavation for the basement areas of the development. How far are they off the rear boundary?
The back of the building is some 40 metres off the back of...
50.
Yeah, 40 metres off the back of the boundary, neighbouring the properties in Gusmore Street. There will be some extra excavation to actually construct the footings and the walls and all those sorts of things, but it would only be a couple of metres.
A couple of metres on top of what you've just said, or so it's not actually that close to the boundary itself?
No, it's about 40 metres, I think, is the distance.
Okay, all right, thank you. What's the difference between a preliminary landslide risk assessment and a slope stability assessment?
They both, the preliminary landslide assessment is an initial on-site investigation where they'll take a walk around the site, have a look at the latent site conditions and then advise on those. A geotechnical assessment that you're talking about is a more advanced study where some clearing would have needed to be undertaken. They'll undertake some boreholes, as in, drill into the ground to see what the overall strata is. They'll also use an excavator and actually do some bucket tests and so forth, and then that informs the ultimate building design in terms of the footings and the foundations and how it's anchored into the hill.
Okay, I have one last question, and thank you once again, everyone, for your patience. If this was not to be approved today and was hypothetically taken to a planning court, what would the cost to council approximately be?
Thank you for your question. It's probably a difficult question to respond to because there's probably quite a few variables in that space about whether parties may or may not land, whether it's reduced height or scale or want to keep it as it is, and then ultimately that would lead to a determination by the bench.
Okay, thank you so much.
Through the chair, councillor, can I just go back to your question about distance? It's actually 21 metres from the back boundary. The 50 metres was to the property at 12 Gusmore Street.
Sorry,
So-
can you say it again?
The back of the building is 21 metres from the rear boundary of the site.
21 metres. So the basement itself would need extra excavation for the pylons and everything else that needs to go in for stability. So we're suggesting that that 21 metres would then reduce to about 19 metres from the rear boundary once.
Potentially, but that ultimately is a construction question, and the methodology of construction. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I just, at the last meeting, there was conversation about the retaining wall. I'm just wondering if there's been any conversation about the retaining wall for 38 Farnborough Road.
Yes, so thank you for your question. The preliminary geotechnical report, which outlined the issue with the retaining wall on the neighbouring property, has been forwarded to that body corporate for their consideration.
Nothing else at this stage? I mean, no communication between the parties?
We haven't been privy to that.
Just on that, if I can, through Mr. Mayor. But I think it's page 45. And it says, although this retaining wall is located within the neighbour's property, the risk generated development is not acceptable, and the applicant must address it for the development. So will become the applicant's responsibility. It's just up to the body corporate to say yay or no. Is that right?
Through the chair, yes. Just give me 1 second. I'll just find the condition for you.
Which one?
Talks about the retaining wall. Do you know what I'm talking about?
We might come back to you, Greg, on that one.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Mather, do you have any further questions? You've had some before.
Service vehicles, Mr Mayor. How are we going to service the building with service vehicles?
I have no idea, Councillor.
Through the chair. Councillor, do you mean like rubbish collection?
Rubbish collections,
Yeah,
emergency vehicles.
Yeah,
How would they? Because the boundary setbacks, side boundary setbacks have been modified. If you need to get around the back or the side with a fire hose, say for instance, what's the provision for that?
Councillor, there's adequate access to the site, so the new constructed driveway. Getting around the building, I don't imagine that the vegetation is going to be smack bang right up against the building. There'd have to be some separation and some level of fire protection and separation.
I'm trying to visualise what we all are here today. If a vehicle, emergency vehicle, needed to get around the back, it's not the vegetation, they can hack that through. But can the vehicle access that if they needed to get around?
With respect, councillor, I don't think there's a lot of properties that don't have rear access, so I'm not sure that that's a consideration that we would have to make. The development is connected to council water infrastructure. There's fire hydrants out the front, so in terms of fire safety, all of the provisions have been met. There's no performance outcome for me to consider rear access.
I find that unusual for a civilian because you try to get as many, certainly when you've got so many population per hectare, it's in excess of what would normally be allowed. So we've got a situation where you've got more persons per hectare that we need to consider.
Through the chair, councillor, I believe that there'll be firefighting capabilities within the building itself. So that's actually an Australian building code requirement in terms of fire safety.
And that's an operational works matter too, Councillor.
Yeah, and I imagine that there will be fire within the building on each level.
Well, I would hope so, but we need to ask those questions,
Of course.
Mr. Mayor, for sure. Vegetation clearing. We were kindly given a tour the other day to show what's involved, and it does cause me concern because we're going to be widening the actual waterway itself. to cater for the building, which is substantial. Beautiful building, but it would need alterations to the foundations that it will be sitting on. And when you take into consideration the slip or the potential slip, that's got to be something that we really need to get our mind around to make sure that we've covered all bases there. And it talks low risk in the report. Is that sufficient? Because it talks about the Butler report. I don't know what the Butler report is in relation to a previous report.
Through the chair, councillor, with respect, I don't think a registered professional engineer of Queensland would sign off on plans or engineering plans that weren't going to work. So the risk actually falls on that RPEQ, and I don't think they'd be willing to lose their house or their livelihood over somebody else's development.
Thanks, Tammy. There's reference to 9 stories and there's reference to 7 stories. Mm-hmm. Can you just tell me how people get that interpretation?
So basements aren't considered stories. Basement car park is not
So in
considered
effect
stories.
it's 9 stories counting the basement?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, okay, that's why it can be confusing if you're not sort of looking at it that way. I've probably got heaps of longer to there, but
Sorry, it's
But
a
I
phone call
don't
dying
want to
down
take
this
up-
end, councillor, so my apologies.
I don't want to take up too much time. The height of the building, has any discussion ever been given? Because looking at the objections, there seems to be more emphasis placed on the visual aspect and the obstruction of views, given the already elevated position. And whilst the development itself will have, I guess, absolute views, there'd be disadvantage from those behind it. And I think on page 41, medium density residential zone code. The purpose of the medium density code is to identify the desired character and amenity for the zone and to protect it from incompatible development. So we've got houses that have been required to comply with building standards and setbacks on that site. And we've got another one which is lovely in its own right. It's quite pronounced, and they're not compatible. That's what I'm thinking. They're not compatible because while you've got 2 sets of livabilities, they are not the same, and they really don't blend in at that site. And that's what concerns me a little bit when we're looking at risk as well. But the majority of the submissions that I've seen that are more focused on the visual aspect.
Councillor Mather, sorry, is there a question here somewhere?
Yes,
Right.
and I just wanted to be recognised by our officers that this seems to be the crux of the main features of the people who live in that area. And has any consideration or has any suggestion been made to the proponent that could be achieved, a win-win situation, if the height was lessened to allow for...
Well, with absolute respect, Councillor Mather, I think the officers are well aware of the concerns of the objectors because they've been made very clear. And as has been pointed out in previous meetings and in the briefing session, whether you like it or not, height is not something that is accessible under planning scheme requirements. So, use, beg your pardon, yeah. So ultimately, that's just something that you'll have to deliberate on personally when you make a decision as to whether you're going to support this or not.
Yes, and I'm trying to get a win-win situation here. That's what it's all about.
Through the chair, councillor, this area of Farnborough Road is different to Gusmore Street. It is actually zoned differently, so that's why we're seeing different development in this area. So this is where that height limit comes into play, where there's no definite height limit of 4 stories or 20 metres. It is the height of the highest contour height of the block of land, and that is to give some variation in height. So that's the they are very different.
And this is where you're sort of comparing apples with oranges, as I see it. If you're trying to get some consistency, you've got to have apples compared with apples. That doesn't trivialise it, but anyway, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Just,
I'll sort of talk about this.
Just to confirm that zone that you talked about, that was in what,
1991.
1991, so it's always,
Well,
it's been there since then.
Yeah, so this area has been zoned for units since 1991, so...
So it's completely different areas to the areas behind.
They're different, yeah. So this has a what's called a precinct over this strip of Farnborough Road, which does allow higher building heights.
Okay, thank you.
Through the chair, I'd just like to respond to Councillor Eastwood's question in relation to the retaining wall. Some conditioning has been framed surrounding that under condition 9 in earthworks, and the condition 9.2 says all earthworks must be undertaken in accordance with the Australian Standard AS 3798 guidelines on earthworks for commercial and residential developments, and any recommendations of the preliminary landslide risk assessment report. It then goes on to say in clause 9.4, any application for a development permit for operational works, earthworks, must be accompanied by a detailed geotechnical assessment and design report certified by a registered professional engineer of Queensland, with any feasible option and detailed design to reduce the risk of failure of the retaining wall along the boundary of lot 0, which is that neighbouring property, as the recommendation of the preliminary landslide risk assessment report. It's important to note that retaining wall that's failing is actually wholly located on the neighbouring property.
regardless of that, Greg, it still relies onto the developer to fix it. That's right.
No, it relies on the developer to do something on his side of the property or on their side of the property to mitigate it, but ultimately it is that a property owner's responsibility because that wall is wholly located on their property.
Got it.
Any other questions? Councillor Bello?
Yeah, just a couple of questions perhaps. Just in relation, so the site itself, if the building was below the code assessable height, that would be at what height?
27 metres.
So 27 metres, there'd be
AHD.
no need for a impact assessment, there'd be no need for public notification at all. It could be built on. And what sort of site coverage could be utilised if that was the proposed development to go on there? At this point, I think we're at 23.7% has been what's nominated. Hypothetically, if it was a code accessible development, what would be the quantum that they could go up to on that site?
So site cover 60% up to including the fourth storey, and 30% for every storey above the fourth storey. So 60% site cover.
So 60%,
Site cover.
potentially 60% of the site could be covered.
Excuse me, Councillor Bello. Can I ask all councillors to make sure their phones are on silent, please, if you have them? Back to you, Councillor Bello.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairperson. So under a code accessible, it could go up to 60% of the site could be built on. In this particular application, we see an impact application which is pitching at 23.7%. So it's a very small footprint really for a unit development compared to what they could potentially go up to 60%. Yeah. But the result of that, would it be fair to say, as you shrink the footprint, you're going up at the same time?
Well, council, that depends on how many dwellings you're wanting to design.
Yep.
With respect, if this development was to go to the 60% site cover, what would that do for vegetation, landslide?
Well, I guess the vegetation itself has been identified that under a code accessible, you could go as far as 60% without needing to get any variation in your application.
Yeah, through the chair, I guess what I'm getting at is that there is a lot of narrative around retention of vegetation. So the greater the site cover, the less vegetation that's going to be left, and then that vegetation is actually quite relevant to holding the earth together in terms of slope stability.
Okay, so
there would be other technical challenges.
there'd be other technical challenges. However, under a code accessible application, they could go to 60% and potentially bring the building down, increase the footprint, lessen the impact on the view corridors and what have you. But this application seems to have gone for a small footprint with a higher finish in terms of the height, and that's when, once you go above that acceptable height, that's when it triggers the impact accessible.
That's correct. This proposal is unique in the sense that rather than changing the site to suit the development, they've actually they specifically designed the development to suit the site, to retain the gully, to retain the vegetation at the rear.
Yep.
And to move the building away from the road frontage, set it back.
Yep, and that in turn is what triggers the impact.
The height triggers the impact.
Need to assess the impact through your public notification and what have you, which has come through in the submissions, predominantly is around views, impact in that context, whereas really vegetation itself, whilst we're highly conscious of vegetation, it itself would not be subject to public notification had they gone for a lower height building. Even if people didn't like the thought of vegetation being cleared up to that 60%, it wouldn't be something that could be challenged under a code accessible application.
That's correct. The height would be accepted.
Yep, okay. Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Well, I'll be happy to come out of moving Councillor Mather. Resume standing orders. Thank you, Councillor Mather. All in favour? Councillor Bellow, you voting in favour?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, yeah.
Thank you. All unanimously. All right. Well, councillors, we've come to the pointy end, I think. So we'll go into debate. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved, Councillor Watson. Seconded, Councillor Swadling. All right, thank you. Councillor Watson, did you want to speak to the report?
Just a little to say. I was actually a resident at 38 Farnborough Road, 20 years ago now, and there was always a worry about the slippery back. And I have to say, when this all started, I was very concerned about that, but I've had countless conversations with our engineers about it, and I'm confident that it has to be approved by an engineer, and as Tammy said earlier, an engineer's not going to sign off on something that he doesn't feel that will be safe in the future. I still have little concerns about the retaining wall and the two parties talking to each other and hopefully sorting that out, because it was a definite issue when I was living there. But I believe our job is to shape the town, and I believe the design that they've proposed is a good-looking building, and I think in the future it'll force the other developers as we go along to improve on their design, which is why I was opposed to the Emu Park high-rise that was put in, because I didn't like the design as part of my reasons for not doing it. So I feel that they're going to set a good standard when they do this. But other than that, I'm just happy, and I will be approving it when I go through.
All right, thank you. Anyone speaking against?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Microphone, Councillor Mather.
And firstly, I'd like to thank the proponents for entrusting the development to this Shire. And in any other circumstance, I would probably welcome the opportunity to support it. My greatest fear is slide, Mr. Mayor. Even though the bulk of the building is not compliant with many of the outcomes, and views are important to people. Let's face it, when they paid their block of land, they bought a view. And there's nothing guaranteed in life, as we all know. But I'd just like to put up a couple of reasons why I feel concerned here. Like I said, I would support it in any other block of land, but it's creating such an oversized development over a waterway which has potential to cause problems with other people if that development has issues because of the water going under the building, because we're altering the foundations of the material underneath it. I shudder to think that we are going to do this, or we're visualising doing this to make way for a building that's going to be undermined by water. The houses surrounding this block of land, they've all gone there knowing that they must comply with council's local laws, the planning scheme, and subject to perhaps a few minor modifications, they've been given approval and they know what they've bought. But I guess they weren't expecting something of this magnitude to be sitting in front of them. Like I said, any other place, I would very, very happy to support it. The bulk of the building is obviously the intrusion, and this is where their concerns are. And the proponent may give further consideration depending on how this debate goes today. Has consideration been given to additional houses which would no doubt be approved somewhere along that escarpment? Because that would mean more roof, more patio, more driveways, more water. Everything depends on water here because it is the one that will rule eventually, whether it comes from the forest, the national park above, or whether it comes from the patios. So the risk, the deep foundation will hold the key to all of this in the long term. And I don't expect any engineer to sign off on it because nobody could. But we must be mindful. And I was around when that other wall fell down, and I'm very conscious of what that particular part of the landscape can do, given the right conditions. And my rule is I wouldn't build over a waterway, and I just find that if we're getting more people per hectare than is normally required, we could be setting ourselves up for something really more outside of our control. I think that's all I can say here now, Mr. Mayor, but I do thank the proponents for entrusting us with their development, and I'm hoping if they consider the basic reasons for the objections, being views, being bulk, that can be addressed and it can be a win-win situation. So that could be still on the cards, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Mather. Councillors, I'm going to speak in support. We're about to make one of those decisions where whether the DA is supported or not, we're going to upset someone, whether that be the applicant or the objectors to the development. In deciding whether to support the application, I consider the arguments put forward by those objecting to the application, and those can be summarised generally as relating to visual amenity, drainage, stormwater discharge and landslip, environmental impacts, potential traffic impact and height. I've also considered the deliberations and recommendations from our town planners who are recommending approval. Apart from the height limits within the planning scheme for this location not being met, I believe the remaining points of objection have been satisfactorily addressed by the proponent, and it gives me comfort that our planners and engineers have also considered these matters in detail and find no reason to refuse the application due to those factors. In my view, and I emphasise it's only my view, the dominant issue is therefore the height of the proposed development. one can always speculate as to whether the applicant could or should reduce the height of the development to satisfy the scheme. But the reality is that we must consider the application before us, as the applicant has made no move towards a height reduction. So the question I ask myself, or the questions, I beg your pardon, are firstly, is this the type of development the coast needs? 2, is this the appropriate location for this type of development? And 3, what are the planning grounds for refusal of this application, and are they sufficient for me to support the refusal? In my personal opinion, again, the answer to question 1, which is this the type of development we want to see on the coast? Again, it's my view, but yes, the coast and the Shire in general need more housing accommodation, and we have a well-designed, stylish and much-needed development proposal here that provides a range of residential options. Secondly, is this an appropriate location for this development? Well, as Tammy's taken great pains to point out, yes, it's a far better location than many I could contemplate. The strip of land along Farnborough Beach where this development is proposed has been zoned for multi-storey development since 1991. Finally, what are the planning grounds on which I would not support the application? As I said earlier, height is the clear issue here, in the fact that the proposal exceeds the height articulated in the planning scheme. However, I believe this area along Farnborough Road is ideal for this type of development, and although it does not meet the height requirements specified under the planning scheme, I find myself supporting the officer's recommendation and am prepared to vote in favour. Anyone speaking against, councillors? Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This gives me no great satisfaction to speak against, but I have prepared a little speech here, so I'll read it. I have personally spent a tremendous amount of time investigating and educating myself on this particular development. I've read all of the reports and, more importantly, each of the submissions, both for and against. I've met with neighbouring property owners and with officers in attendance, the developers. I've become acquainted with the ecological report, the stormwater management report and the visual amenity report. I have grave concerns in relation to stormwater runoff and the clearing of a steeply sloped site. I had worry for wildlife corridors and the dry rainforest area located within this site. I'd like to go on to address a couple of those things. The overlays for the wildlife corridor note the national park is located 130 metres from the rear boundary of this site, and the wildlife habitat corridor is approximately 250 metres away, located along the ridgeline. It does not traverse this property, although localised wildlife may, as it does through every urban property within this area. Indeed, I personally have had echidnas and goannas in my property in Yeppoon Central. The report and proposal advise that native vegetation on the west side must be retained. There is concern that the vegetation removal in the east will cause exposure to sunlight and wind impacting the native vegetation, and I would hope that this would be heavily conditioned in the form of a barrier erection for protection. Visual amenity. The report submitted in this proposal is of high standard and shows the proposed development nestled into the hillside. However, those residents along Gusmore Street and beyond will have their views impacted to varying degrees. Views have never been a consideration within the planning scheme. Over many years, there has always been contention with views, whether it has been neighbouring properties, planting trees, large sheds, or other homes blocking what once was an unobstructed view. I would caution those purchasing properties to investigate the neighbouring sites and to find out if they are privately owned. Council has an obligation to process all of these applications submitted and does not have control over what is submitted. Whatever is submitted is considered on its own merits, and we know that. In stating this caveat, I am perplexed that those views from each individual property are taken into consideration by the valuer general and do impact the property valuation, and in turn this directly impacts the rating categories and cents in the dollar. Therefore, we may say that these ratepayers are actually paying for their views. This certainly should be something that our council should revisit when future planning scheme amendments are discussed. Stormwater and infrastructure. The developers have gone to great lengths in obtaining the services of highly reputable consultants to undertake a stormwater analysis. I do commend the developers. Engineering states that the flow of stormwater through the gully on site can be made impervious by redirecting this water flow. That may be at times immense. into a bioretention basin system and discharged through a main channel through the site. In theory, to me, this sounds safe and secure. My main concern is that personally witnessing the immense flow of water in rain events and the topography of this land, this may result in unforeseen hazardous results. In 2015, Livingstone saw the results of landslide with potential catastrophic results to homes located at Statue Bay. The cost to rectify was millions of dollars. In 2008, landslide occurred near Gusmore Street, and this was as a result of earthworks and heavy rain. A preliminary landslide risk assessment was undertaken, which found the main concern was a retaining wall located on the neighbouring property, which was at high risk of failure. This preliminary assessment was undertaken to reduce costs to the developer. For councillors to approve this development, which is 12 metres over the Australian datum height, 4 stories over the acceptable outcomes, and having 2 levels of basement requiring excavation into the gully, approximately 19 metres off the boundary, with approximately 6 to 9 metres of depth, is the uttermost concern, without a complete slope stability assessment undertaken. The slope stability assessment would certainly address subsurface conditions, stability criteria for open excavations, potential effects on existing structures, being neighbouring properties, and advice on construction issues. I would be prepared to agree to a preliminary approval in order to reduce the height and have a slope stability assessment undertaken. But taking into consideration the risks, although mitigated on paper, without this slope stability assessment, a full geotechnical investigation, I'll have to vote against this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Anyone speaking in favour? Anyone wish to speak against then? Councillor Eastwood.
I will speak against this, Mr Mayor, and again, it's also reluctantly. I'm going to have trouble following Councillor Friend's very adequate presentation. Look, this building is a fantastic looking rooster. It's a great looking building. I love it. If someone had said that you're going to put something like that in there without it all being explained to me and without going to the site twice and checking it all out, I would have gone, wow, you're venturing into a brave new world. And I thank the developers that they're doing that, and I hope that in some way in the future this will succeed. I've got no problems with water. I've got no problems with slippery back and all that stuff, because I know that the engineers, the council, it's not going to be let to go ahead unless all those bases are covered. I just have a bit of a problem with being 12.2 metres over the height. I don't really so much have trouble with the views. I've checked it all out, but what I would like to see, just for me, would be a wider footprint and to lose a story or two. I love the building. I think it's fantastic. I think it's the future of where we live. But just on that, my conscience won't allow me. I'm going to get a kick in the butt when I get home from my wife. She actually said, "You better vote for that thing." And I said, well, I don't think I can. And I have actually taken a 180 on that. Nothing to do with the petition or anything, but you did a lot of good work. I just need to make sure, and we're never, ever, ever going to turn into the Gold Coast or Byron Bay. You can rest assured that's not going to happen. But we still need to be very, very careful how we do develop. And just the whole visual amenity, everything, I've just got to vote no to this. And I do hope that we come to some sort of resolution into the future with it. But for me, for now, that's it. Thanks.
Anyone speaking in favour? Councillor Swadling.
Having reviewed all the documentation, particularly around the development, and obviously reading all the other information associated with the fors and against, clearly I depict for what I see as a lot of view issues around that, and also I take good respect the slippery back issues that they may have. But I'm comfortable with the information that our officers and reports through the reports that the officers have given us to make sure this project moves forward. What I like about the project is it's needed for our region, particularly in that area. It is zoned. knowing full well that that zone is for these type of developments. And as Councillor Rees would say, I love the design of it. The design sits well on the block. I have no issue with the heights currently as it stands currently. I just think I think what we start to look at as we move into the future, these type of developments are going to continue to be put upon us to review and go up for discussion. And certainly agree and echo that we're never going to be a Byron Bay or a Gold Coast ever, or no one ever wants to see that. But certainly progression through our Shire needs to happen. Affordable housing is scarce out there, and I think the way that's been designed, the way it's been put together, the way the work that the office has done, and particularly, I know for a fact that if an engineer is not going to be happy with it, it's not going to go forward. It's as simple as that. As the officers have said, no one's going to particularly put their name to something that's not going to move forward or be safe. So I'm not an expert. Okay, I've had a few conversations with myself over this whole, as I'm reading it, asking different questions, and you talk to yourself about these things and what is right for me, what is right for our community, what is right for us moving ahead in the future. I think this development shows that we can formalise a development that works in any form or any place within our Shire. It's going to sit comfortably in its amenity. So I'm happy to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Swadling. All right. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Bella, you're left.
Yeah, no pressure at all, but Mr Mayor, councillors and members in the gallery there, I'll try and be as clear as I can to explain why my position at this point in time I'm not prepared to support, but I would be prepared to support in the event that this motion isn't successful, that we have a foreshadowed motion that allows for negotiation between the developer and council to look at slightly reducing the height and increasing the footprint. If there was a way forward for that to happen, then my support would be certainly here. So I just flag that firstly. The last presentation we had, there were comments made by the developers and the architect who talked about they were punctuating the view. And I found that an interesting term. And I looked up what does punctuate mean, and it talks about to break into or interrupt at intervals. So that's where I started to get a little bit concerned, because when you're punctuating something, it almost sounded like a positive. But for me, at the crux of this application is the impact, not from people walking along Farnborough Beach who will look up at the building, which I think would look fantastic from Farnborough Beach. Not to those driving by, I think it'd look fantastic. Not to those living along the bottom, or even those slightly to the side. It's those that have built above. That's where the punctuation would not be a positive, but it would be a negative. I need to assess that and consider that. And following on from the very positive, higher resolution imagery that the developer produced, and I commend them for that, and I thank them for that. It was very helpful. For me, that created that increased concern about the one aspect of this application that councillors, I believe, have to make on their own decision that the officers cannot make for us. And that is the subjective impact of the building in terms of the impact on those around. It's not on the engineering. We have no say in that ultimately. It's not on the hydraulics of the water. That all can be engineered. It's not on the traffic management. That can all be sorted by officers and professional staff. The one thing that councillors have the difficult decision to make is on that amenity, on that scenic amenity. The view corridors that would be punctuated actually would be negatively punctuated. I have to take that into consideration because it's not just this building, it's what will come after it as well. You push 12 metres above. That's quite a bit, guys. It's quite a bit. If it was 7, 8, Emu Park was 2 stories, it come down from 7 down to 6. That was a negotiation I was prepared to accept. I felt that struck the balance, that acknowledged that we need investment, we need these the growth, but not at the cost of losing not what Byron Bay wants to look like or the Gold Coast, but what Yeppoon and the Capricorn Coast will be unique for. That the councils of the day didn't plan just for today, but they planned for what will come on the next application. This one's 12 metres above. It's just a bit high for me, guys. That's where I'm sitting at. And I think it is something that we need to take into consideration. And it's not something that an officer can decide, I think that this impact is acceptable. That's not their responsibility. And I don't think they would want that responsibility. That's why the elected people must make that decision. It was interesting, we talk about the vision that when we see the elevations from the top on that veranda, when you look out across the view line, and I was looking at the way that the eye works, basically. It doesn't look, an eye doesn't look flat and exactly horizontal, that's what I'm looking for. It doesn't look like that. It opens up. Then it looks approximately 60% to the top and 60% to the bottom. That's just how the eye functions. So it helped me understand, I guess, the impact of that 12 metres. The impact of maybe 8 metres could be radically different. Radically different. And I hope there's a way forward that would see, perhaps, as I say, if this motion is lost, that perhaps council could seek to undertake negotiations with the developer to look at compressing that down and increasing the footprint somewhat, because I'm not as concerned about the vegetation on the site, because the vegetation itself could have been consumed up to 60%. So the vegetation's not, whilst we love the vegetation, we've got a national park behind there, literally, I don't know, could be thousands of acres, I'm not sure, but it's a heck of a lot. So increase the footprint a touch, and I think we're on a winner, personally. So I don't like knocking back development applications at all. And I really commend the work of Gideon, the town planner, who has been very collaborative with council in trying to demonstrate the impact through the higher imaging technology, and I hope that's something we'll see into the future because it is very helpful. So that may not make anybody feel good, but at this point in time, I'm not prepared to support it.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. All right, councillors. Councillor Watson, did you want to wrap up?
No, I'm fine, thanks.
All right.
Mr. Mayor.
We'll close debate, councillors, and go to the vote on this one. We've got a mover, Councillor Watson, seconded Councillor Swadling. All in favour? Those against? Motion is lost.
Chairman, we need to craft a refusal motion to give effect
Yes.
to the voting down of that decision.
Mm-hmm.
It might take us a couple of minutes, that's all.
Yeah, all right. Well, we might take a break, councillors. I'll move a procedural motion. We take a break pending crafting of a resolution for the refusal.
Mr. Chair, just before we take that vote, is there any scope for a foreshadowed motion to follow up?
I think, with respect to that, Councillor Bell, that's probably a conversation between the officers and the developer or the applicant anyway. So that conversation, I think, will happen. So I'm not really sure whether it deserves a full-blown resolution or not, but happy to take the comments from the table. If the councillors want to make a comment. Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll make a comment on that, and I appreciate Councillor Bello's suggestion in a foreshadowed motion. As I stated in my little speech, that I voted against this on the basis that we'd look at reduced height and also a slope stability assessment. So I do agree with you in the sense that it's between the council officers in planning and also the developers to negotiate moving forward.
All right, thank you. Any other comments, councillors?
I think it'd be good to put something into a motion, Mr. Mayor. And it might, I guess, maybe quicken things up for the developer. Yeah, I'd like any other thoughts on that?
Mr. CEO? I mean, what's the normal process here?
So, Mr Mayor, we'll do two things. It will just take us a couple of minutes to assemble those thoughts. So we'll provide advice on whether the passing of a motion to continue negotiations can be achieved, just given where the application is at in the planning cycle and our statutory obligations around that. If that's not the case, and we'll bring that advice back to you, if that's not the case, then we'll endeavour to craft a refusal motion that captures the intent of those voting against that can be presented, because as we've explained in the past, it's not as simple as just voting down a recommendation for approval. There actually has to be an active motion to refuse the application, and on what grounds.
All right. We might see if we can get a break happening first and then come back with your discussion point, Councillor Mello. All in favour for the break?
as signalled prior to the break, in normal circumstances where a recommendation is not approved by councillors, we normally then proceed to provide the alternate. So there's actually an active decision. In this case, the recommendation was for approval. That wasn't supported, but we would normally then present a proposal for refusal with a statement of reasons that would be given in the decision notice. We were asked to contemplate whether or not the proponents of the development might consider a revision to their proposal. So we also took the opportunity to engage with them about their willingness to do so. And they are prepared to do that, negotiate a little further with officers and present a revised proposal. So I've prepared two motions for you. The one on the screen currently is what I would call the refusal motion, which attempts to capture the sentiment or the reasons or the rationale for not supporting the approval recommendation, and hopefully that in some form captures those discussions. I've also presented an alternative to that, that in view of the recommendation to approve the development not being supported by a majority of councillors, the applicant developer be invited to suspend the DA process, or what we commonly call stopping the clock, because there are statutory timelines around these things, but the developer can agree voluntarily to stop the clock and submit a revision to their proposal currently under consideration. In so doing, we would obviously communicate, and they've witnessed for themselves what the councillors' concerns are. I would certainly signal to them that primary amongst those I believe to be the building height, and that the remainder are probably secondary to that or manageable through engineering and planning solutions, but would welcome any other feedback from councillors to further clarify that position that can make the negotiations meaningful. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. You've got a question, Councillor Friend?
Yes, I do have a question, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. CEO. Very articulate in those motions. Are we accepting both motions separately? Could you explain that again?
Sorry, it's an either or. So either refuse outright for those reasons or other, or stop the clock. So it's, sorry, the option one or option two.
And as an adjunct to that, council, let's just be clear that the proponents have indicated a willingness to further negotiate on the development. So you need to make the decision as to whether you want to support number two, given that sentiment expressed by the developer, or alternatively, if you just want to refuse it outright, which is that lengthy proposal put forward by the CEO. So, councillors, I'm going to
I think that needs another
move
question,
the shorter one, that we continue with negotiations. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'm just a bit of a crossroads here as to the legalities of what we're doing. I wouldn't say they're illegal, but I've not come across it before, put it that way. And I just don't understand it. We've just made a decision, whether it be right or wrong. That decision still stands, and that'll be, or should be, recorded.
We didn't make a decision. We refused the application, councillor. We
Well, that's a
voted it down.
That's a decision.
Yeah, but then again, there's a foreshadowed motion by councillor. Well, there was a foreshadowed motion by councillor Bella, which has been crafted in a sense by that. Well, it's been crafted by the CEO. And I probably should stand aside, given that was councillor Bella's proposal in the first place. So just take my name off that, please, Justine.
Mr. Chair,
I know you're ambivalent, but I'm just it's
happy.
It's courteous of the table to do that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So what we're doing now, Councillor Mather, is the foreshadowed motion
It's not a foreshadowed motion, Mr. Mayor. The foreshadowed motion comes before a decision is made. We've made a decision.
He
The
did foreshadow. He did foreshadow it, Councillor Mather.
At the time it did, but he didn't put it forward.
Well, I thought he did.
He didn't put it forward.
Perhaps
Well,
for
you might
clarity,
be in a different meeting to me, Councillor Mather, but ultimately he put forward.
Perhaps, well, I guess ultimately, Mr. Chair, it's at your discretion, and I believe that I did did foreshadow that I would like something of this nature to be considered in the event that the motion was voted down, and that's been reflected in
It should have been done.
In what we
before
see.
Made a vote.
Voting down a motion is a decision by implication, but it's not a refusal.
No. So ultimately, as the CEO has just pointed out, Councillor Mather, in voting it down, yes, it's a decision, but it's not a refusal per se. Okay? So what we're doing now is leaving the door open for council officers to further negotiate with the developer to try and come back to some mutually agreed position.
I think we need to get some advice on that, Mr Mayor.
No, we don't, Councillor Mather. It's pretty clear. I mean, you can vote against it if you want to, but clearly it's the foreshadowed motion by Councillor Bello it stands because ultimately I think most of the people at the table understood what was going on. And secondly, I mean, what we're doing here is essentially leaving the door open for further negotiations with the developer.
I just want to make sure that the process is right. That's all.
I understand your concern, Councillor, but I think most people are comfortable with it.
Because, I mean, we could have a challenge in another area if we don't get the process right. That's all I'm saying.
I can endeavour to provide Councillor Mather some comfort, but I don't know that it'll do that.
Yeah. All right.
What do you think?
Mr Mayor, for at least as long as I've been here and probably longer, we've had various occasions where recommendations to approve a development haven't been supported by councillors, haven't been voted by councillors, and then we've taken another step. That's to not approve the decision, and then there's been a supplementary step or a secondary step to actually refuse the application and for reasons. And that's what ultimately is given in the decision notice. So we've taken step one thus far, that the recommendation to approve the development was not supported.
It was just lost.
We've proposed, as we've done previously, you'll remember we've taken breaks previously while we've gone outside to craft up refusal motions and the like. We've done that in my time probably half a dozen times here. And that's what we're proposing again today. That's the earlier motion. However, we were also asked to explore, prior to voting on the refusal, is there an opportunity to engage with the proponent to bring back a revised proposal that might be considered again? So the current form of the application has not been supported, but it hasn't yet been refused.
It's a two-step process, Councillor Mather.
I'm not struck it, Mr Mayor.
Well, I know you're not
Councillor-
comfortable, Councillor Mather. You've expressed that, so I guess you can reflect that in the way you vote if you want to.
I'd like to think it's all in order.
Through the chair, Glenda, councillor, do you remember when we did the Emu Park? We did the same thing there.
I wasn't involved in that. I was involved with the decision, yes. No, I can't recall.
Well, Councillor Mather, I'm going to move ahead. And I guess if there's some sort of challenge later on down the line, then we'll deal with that particular point.
Well, there shouldn't be. There shouldn't be.
There shouldn't be.
There shouldn't be, as long as we know that we're on safe ground.
Yeah,
So
well,
to be able to do it this way, that's what I'm saying.
we typically take advice from the CEO and the officers, Councillor Mather. I'm comfortable with that. So we've got a recommendation that in view of the recommendation to approve the development not being supported by a majority of councillors, the applicant or developer be invited to suspend the development approval process, in other words, stop the clock, and submit a revision to the proposal currently under consideration. Moved, Councillor Bello, seconded, Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Bello, do you want to speak to it?
Yes, just briefly, Mr Chairperson, and thank you, Mr CEO, for assisting in this process. These types of decisions are often not straightforward, black and white. Sometimes we haven't been in these places before, but importantly, we do follow processes ultimately, although a little bit clunky at times, to ensure that we arrive at the most transparent, accountable decision we can make. In supporting this, for me, I welcome the ability for the developers to reconsider their development application, and I want to also state to those who are submitting against it, for me, this is not about a process of compromise. It may be the first thing that people would say is, we just got to find a compromise. I prefer to see it as a process of collaboration and negotiation. Is there a way forward? not about compromising and both parties walk away unhappy. This is about collaborating, or at least allowing for collaboration. It would appear that the developer is prepared to do that. So we welcome that. I welcome that process, and I hope the councillors support it. And let's see where we come back to at that point in time. Thank you.
Anyone speaking against? Anyone else like to speak to it? Councillor Eastwood, your fingers poised.
Yes, Mr Mayor. I support this, though I don't really confer with Councillor Bello. I believe it is a little bit about compromise. It's making everything good for everybody, and that's our whole community. And so this is just a step in the right direction, and hopefully we come to a place where we have a fantastic development in that area.
Right. I'm going to open the floor. Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr Mayor and fellow councillors. I said earlier that I'd be prepared to agree to a preliminary approval in order for a height reduction and a slope stability assessment report. And I do believe that the developers have the right to have the clock stopped. This is a really important part of the DA process, so that allows further negotiation. And you're quite right. I do agree with Councillor Eastwood. It is a compromise. And it is also a collaboration, Councillor Bello. So it's actually both. And so, yeah, I do agree with this. Thank you.
Right. Any other comments? Councillor Maiden.
I'll support it, Mr Mayor. Based on the CEO's advice, I need to be very clear, everybody remembers that. Because this is about trying to get a win-win situation.
Microphone, Councillor.
This is about trying to get a win-win situation. And nobody likes to refuse an application, but if they're based on the right reasons or in their mind, then we have to go with our conscience. But I will support this, Mr Mayor. Just says that we can have another look at what can be achieved out of collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Swadling.
Yes, I'd like to note that I do support that that motion. A lot of reasons behind that is because of the collaboration, the ability to compromise on this, and it's all about, this is what the process is about, particularly with local government, about going through these processes and working out outcomes that hopefully will get a good result at the end of it. And I'm certainly supportive of this motion.
Thank you. And I'd like to thank the developers for being open to further discussions around this rather than just essentially walking away. So we think there's a potential here for a great outcome, and I just thank you for your flexibility and your willingness to continue to talk to us. Thank you very much. All right, we'll wrap up debate, councillors. Councillor Bello, you want to wrap up at all?
Oh, only just to say, Mr Chair, it wasn't my words that talk about compromise. It was actually the #1 hostage negotiator for the FBI in America, a bloke called Chris Voss. And he's a far better negotiator than I'll ever be. And whenever an American was taken hostage around the world, Chris Voss would go and get him out. He said compromise is not a good way to look at it. You don't go to your wardrobe on a Saturday night and consider a pair of brown shoes and black shoes and come out wearing a brown and a black. That's compromise. Negotiation and collaboration is what it actually really is. So I'm happy for Councillor Eastwood to call it compromise. It just shows we don't agree on everything, but I look forward to the collaborative process going ahead. Thank you.
That confused me, Mr Mayor.
Oh, we can just resolve ourselves, Councillor Mather, that one-upmanship is alive and well. Yeah.
I now understand Councillor Bello's dress sense.
Okay.
Here.
All right, we'll close debate. So we've got a mover, Councillor Bello, second to Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. And given that's the only item on the agenda for discussion today at our special meeting, councillors, we'll thank you for your time and your contribution. Thank you to members of the gallery for joining us, and thank you to our officers. And again, thank you for your hard work on that report, ladies and gentlemen. There's a lot of work gone into that, and do express our appreciation. Differing views as any sort of offence or a slight on your professional capabilities. There's none of that. Thank you. And